earbud in. Now my hair is all fucked up. Oh my word. Dude, I can't believe Neo 2 is about to come out in like 2 months. Less than that. It only feels like it was a month ago I was playing the Neo beta. And then I have to keep reminding myself that I got invited to that closed alpha that they had. And I played that shit until it was down. I want the networking to be just like Neo 1 when it comes out. I don't want there to be any connection issues like there was when Neo 1 came out, and still is in some cases. Some people with specific types of ISPs find it really hard to connect in those games. The same thing happens on Bloodborne, actually.
Hey.
How's it going? Oh, shit.
Good.
I was just talking about Neo 2. I can't believe it's only 2 months away.
What about you?
Oh, it's you, huh? Sorry, I thought you might have been... Normally you don't say hello in such a formal manner. How's it going, dude? You say not much, but I know that's not true. What you been up to? No. Need to get the bell, lady.
My right arm hurts a bit, sorry it is hard to type. And school has been sucking lately.
Nothing good? Ooh. People say you can't sound horror without headphones. I beg to differ.
I am starting to get more serious about it and haven't even on much.
Yeah, that's good, man. Hopefully you'll be able to get a break once Neo 2 comes around.
I am also excited for Neo 2 and am getting my license soon. Yet it is when college deadlines and shit happen.
Ah, I see. Any baby chests? Nope. Hello? You've never really seen me play through Bloodborne, have you? Not that you'll be seeing much of it, but, yeah. Bloodborne is actually one of the Souls games that I can say that I'm decent at.
Not really, I've seen you play it 3 or so times.
Oh yeah, when I did those random chalices. Oh god, who's this gonna be? Either gonna be Amygdala? Yeah, it's Amygdala. In this room? Oh, I need to swap to it. That's a little bit too close. Oh, my buff's already out. He wants to be stingy with his moves. spot to be in. Come on, bud. Please, you gotta do something that puts your head on the ground. He's tanky. No, I turned at the last second. Why did I do that? No. Shaky vomit. It's gonna have explodos on it. What the fuck, that hit me? You probably can one-shot me, even at full health, unless I iframe this jump every time.
Come out in the past few weeks.
Sorry, my brain couldn't process what you just said. I'm in hyper-focus mode. I have to perfect time that dodge roll every time, or else I'm gonna die in one hit. Oh, nope. He hit me on the slope and got me. God damn it. I shouldn't have even talked, dude. I don't know, I haven't played it. I need to upgrade another weapon, man. Oh, of course you would open up with that, you bastard.
PlayStation Network did our recap on their website, which was pretty cool. I spent 2K hours on the PS4 this year apparently.
Where do you go to see that stuff? Do you have to go onto the website or something? Oh, he's gonna annihilate me again. That's the worst move you can use.
Yeah. You could PlayStation recap or something.
How did that first hit not hit? Oh, I almost didn't get it. I got debated. No, I missed it. Cursed manual aim. You suck. By it, I mean me. That attack is horse. Because it puts nothing on the ground for you to hit. Get your freaking diarrhea out of here. Your mouth diarrhea. Dude, on the stairs is real fucking, please. Oh! How did I not take damage there? No flailies.
My top 3 games are 1. MHW 264 hours 2, Smite 223 hours 3, NBA 2K191997. Hours and my favorite type of games are RPGs.
No, I got hit again. There you go. Just roll and kill him. Jeez.
That's what I got as my recap. Then there were other stuff like trophies earned this year and how many days I've gotten on out of the year. I thought it was cool. Your stats are probably ridiculous, LOL.
What do you mean? On this? No. This character is half the level of my highest level character, if you can believe that. I'm not even halfway through the game. Or actually, I'm a little bit past halfway if you don't count the DLC, which you've never seen before, so actually I'll go and access that real quick. Since I never got to show you the Clipper guys in Dark Souls 1, because you never came around for the last couple streams before the game drove me insane like it always does. I went hollow, man. Playing Dark Souls 1 just made me want to play Dark Souls 3 because I got sick of being hit-stunned. Bloodborne boss fights are just better. Like Amygdala, for example. That boss fight is a lot better. If you're not a brain-dead idiot, most of its stuff can be dodged relatively easily, even though it looks insane. This is how you have to get into the DLC.
Curse the fiends, their children too. And their children forever true.
Yet I've also completely fixed my sleep schedule so I can only really catch you at this time, but only when I don't have anything to do and see.
This place is
I got in next period in my right arm and kinda injured, so I'll be here for a bit.
These guys are insanely tough. No. I know it doesn't look like they're insanely tough, but trust me, they're some of the hardest enemies in this entire game are in this DLC. The skin dogs. See what I mean? And that's ouch. Oh yes, I got my favorite gloves. Yeah. Bloodborne is the best mixed fashion of any of the Souls game. Skin dog! Oh no, safe guy.
That guy reminds me of Renji from Bleach LOL. Crazy range.
Get out of here, dogs. No, that's the... Where's Boomhammer Boy? Get out here. Stop standing in the corner. I love how they put him in the corner over here. Come on, beat them up. You're bad at your job as a old hunter. Fear me. Come on, dude, you're just flopping around. They're not even trying to avoid you. Alright, buddy. Nope. Good effort. Look out for the button. They'll shoot a machine gun at you. That I've already broken, so it doesn't matter. Come on, isn't there supposed to be Boomhammer guy that jumps down from up there? I guess not. There he is. Oh my god. It locked me onto the wrong fucking guy.
Be right back.
He attacks with the torch? Holy fuck, he's tanky. He's one tanky lad.
went to go watch the new 2 trailer that just came out.
For what? Oh, yeah. You haven't seen that one yet? To be honest,
The voiceovers are so bad, lol.
I saw it and I haven't watched it yet. You say the voiceovers are bad. The voiceovers were already pretty bad. They had an English guy playing an Irish Gaelic dude that they probably had to say Saoirse to 100 times before he pronounced it correctly. Saoirse. Saoirse. Kill him. Just kill him. You do not want him to attack.
You'll see what I mean when you watch it, lol.
No, I'm not gonna watch the trailers. Trailers are just spoilers nowadays. Trailers are just spoiler compilations. That's one of the bosses. Right there. If that wasn't obvious. It's a fire cleric beast. Oh, I'm almost out of bullets. Actually, let me turn some of that into it. I don't give a fuck about the story in Neo. It's never been about the story. And the people who are going to bitch about the story need to remember that it's not a story game. It has story in it because without it, it would be a shallow game. But it is by no means the thing that you judge the game on. It's just one of the things, but it just doesn't make any sense. It's a fucking dungeon crawler for all intents and purposes. Diablo has a shitty story as well, with a lot of convoluted plot lines and reasonings behind shit even existing in the first place. Similarly to a lot of video games now. Because it doesn't matter what the story is like. It's a looter. If you care about the story, you're probably not replaying the game, and you probably won't touch it after you beat it once, which is not what the game is meant for. Game's not meant for that audience, and the more it shoves that audience away, yeah, they'll sell less copies, but they'll just develop more of a cult thing. It's like Dark Souls, except for the fact that Dark Souls, all the story in it is bloated to absolute oblivion because every single person wants a 2-line description on an item in the game to mean 30 minutes worth of explanation for no reason other than just to have it. When it doesn't freaking matter because they already killed the entire storyline of Dark Souls in one DLC that people call the best DLC of the game. So it's like, what the fuck does it matter? You just got to get people invested enough that they'll back it up no matter what you do. Because that's what Dark Souls is. Dark Souls is a game that's so backed by its own fans, they claim so much stuff about it, that only someone who can look at the game from an objective point of view can tell you, like, what's true or not. Like, do Dark Souls games have shit story and shit delivery? Stop! Just let me get rid of him! I don't know, you know me, I don't view games the same way a lot of other people do, because I feel like a lot of people view games in ridiculous manners and can't be logical or realistic enough about them. And that is the Dark Souls fan base in a nutshell. They're so hell-bent on saying that it's one of the best games when Dark Souls, like I said, is at best a 7 out of 10. At its absolute best, it's a 7 out of 10. At its worst, it's a 5. Because there are some parts of the game which are completely unfinished and just leave you with basically a giant scar tissue in the game, where it's just a vestigial organ that needed to be cut off but wasn't, because they didn't want to end up with another fucking Demon Souls. That wasn't a parry? Get out of here. Infinite bullet guy. Have you seen half of the weapons in this game before, Hyro? Because I know you sped through the game, so you never really got to see some of them. One of the coolest weapons is in that cave where I just was, but I'll show you some other basic ones. Like this.
No, I only used the axe.
You mean the saw cleaver. You didn't even use the axe. You used this, not this.
Lol.
This is like a meteor super armor version of the threaded cane. It also, like the threaded cane, does not have a charged R2 when transformed. This is one of my favorite weapons, even though it's kind of hard to make it work. Is this like pile bunker?
Yeah, the beast cutter is a nice cane upgrade.
Well, it depends on what build you have. It's only an upgrade if you're a strength build. Threaded cane is still really good, because it's still counted as a serration weapon when transformed. Rifle spear, which is just your typical Dark Souls spear moveset when not transformed. And then transformed, it gets a really shitty slicing moveset, which misses half of the enemies that you're going to be attacking with it. And then it has this cheesy R2 attack, which people used to say was incredibly broken and overpowered. But the funny thing is that there were other games which have way more egregious attacks than this. The Great Lance in Dark Souls 3 has a more egregious running attack that is way more broken than that, in my opinion. It's like a multi-hit. This thing's a joke weapon. I don't even know if I should show it. Yeah, I don't have some of the other interesting weapons. I don't have enough stamina to do the 4-piece combo. If you can do 4 attacks with the L2 combo, you get this super powerful thrust attack at the end. He's asking for help. Sadly, I don't have the blood vials to be helping people right now. That's a blood-starved beast.
What are your thoughts on Big Cell?
Give me a second to get my bearings in here. Oh my god, the little guy body blocked my dodge. I'm out of bullets. That is pain. Pain 100%. Oh my god. I feel bad for the people who struggle on that boss when you can see it. There you go. There's the other really cool weapon from this DLC. This weapon scales terribly, though, which is sad because you get it in a really, like, kind of end-game piece of content, and it does not scale well with anything because it can't be buffed, and it's a multi-element weapon. It's a split damage weapon. So its usefulness is even more selective. Which sucks because it's the coolest fucking weapon in the game. It's just a piece of an arm of one of those, the tentacle thing that like brought me here. The multi-armed thing. It's basically a piece of his arm. And the transformed state is the coolest part about it. So it also becomes a whip type weapon that extends. And it has this multi-hit R2 that you can charge up. So cool, but so bad. In terms of damage, anyways. Just purely from a damage perspective, it's really bad. It's worse than the threaded cane, in my opinion. Because at least the cane has a damage bonus that it gets when fighting certain types of enemies. On both forms. In the untransformed state, it gets a bonus on blue-skinned Chalice-type enemies. Like these enemies. Cool. The blue, white-skinned enemies. Kind of shit. Does bonus damage when not transformed to them. Actually, I don't know if it applies to the ones in the DLC. Or not, but I know it applies to the blue-skinned enemies in the Chalices. This is bad. Ow. Pancake. Away! Why did it lock onto that guy? Whoa, his model just like freaked out. Did you see that? One thing you can do in Bloodborne, you can do it in Dark Souls 1 as well, because the movement's almost identical to one in Bloodborne. But you can reverse backstep, which is, you would basically, like this is a normal backstep, right? But I want to backstep going this direction instead of backstepping backwards. And that allows you to do backstep attacks offensively. You can also do it in Dark Souls 3, but for whatever reason, I can't do it in Dark Souls 3. I can do it in 1 and Bloodborne consistently. I can't do it in 3 at all.
Jigsaw Pizza Cutter. Maybe the best SDR weapon in the game.
It was before it got nerfed. I still think the Ludwig's is better.
Yes.
Before it got nerfed, I would have said so, but the fact that it got nerfed on the one of the last patches of the game did not bode well for that weapon's effectiveness at all. Like, at all.
Scales S in SDR at 1-0.
Yeah, but you get double scaling with Ludwig's. You get more damage out of it. It's just like a refined weapon. There's no I don't think there's a single weapon in the game that can compete with Ludwig's potential damage at plus 10. With a build like mine. I'm not set up currently for a saw build. It would work because, like I tell most people, scaling is really bad in this game unless you have really good blood gems. But you need to have good stuff to get good blood gems, so it kind of goes hand in hand. So I never level up scaling stats that much until I have 99 vitality. A lot of people look at the way that I play Bloodborne like, what the fuck are you doing, dude? But I'm also the person that understands that blood vials heal for a percentage of your HP. And I've probably repeated this sentence about 1,000 times when playing this game. But if you are not very smart and you aren't keen on how video game mechanics work, a blood vial is a percentage-based heal. By increasing your max HP, you are increasing the percentage-based healing item. Vitality is your Estus Flask upgrade. So even though it doesn't give you that much health once you get above 40, it is still beyond worth it. It is the most worth it stat in the game. I forgot I still had my eye rune set up. Hold on. Here we go. 1900 HP. Save up for one singular chunk. Screw it.
VIT at 7.9 is a little bit too high. You don't gain much after 5-0.
Everybody says that, but I can definitely prove you wrong. Everybody says that without actually testing it themselves. Look at how much HP I have right now. I know for a fact that at 40 vitality in Bloodborne, you have around 1200 to 1300 HP. I have almost 400 HP over what a normal character would have at this point. At my level right now. At a level 100, most people would not have this much vitality and be dealing about the same amount of damage I would. Because it's all about blood gems. If you get good blood gems early on like I did, and you put it in any plus 10 weapon, it's going to deal a lot of damage. It doesn't matter. And I can show you it increased even further, because I can go like this. Because I have 3 other characters that are built this exact same way. And my blood vials heal for 800 HP a blood vial. Some people who play this game at low level, I heal their entire HP bar in 1 blood vial. Plus more. So this was one of my other characters. $2,403 health. 99 vitality doesn't get you a lot of health. It's like people forget that health runes or other stuff like that exists. How much HP is that? 40% of that, do it. Half is 2,000 or 1,200. So it's about 1,000 HP a blood vial. Equivalent to the HP bar of a person who thinks that not going past 30 vitality is worth it. Because again, your damage doesn't change by much. It barely changes at all. Look, I have the same weapon with 40 strength and 60 skill, and I'm getting, look at how much extra damage I'm getting. About 150. It is, and that's with, like, very good blood gems. Not much better than the ones on my other character, just because I don't use cursed gems, but it could be even more than that. There's no point in leveling up vitality all the way up in Souls games, like Dark Souls. You'd be an idiot to level up fucking vitality or vigor or whatever the health stat is in that Dark Souls game all the way to maximum. You'd just be an idiot. In this game, your blood vials heal for your HP bar and nothing else. They're not a flat amount. You don't get any upgrades to them. Having more HP equals more blood vial effectiveness. People complain about blood vials in this game because they run out of them, because they're using them to heal minuscule amounts of HP, because they refuse to level up vitality, which would double the effectiveness of their fucking blood vials just by putting 20 extra points into it. Scaling is bad in this game. Like I tell every single person. It doesn't matter if the scaling goes up to S. S scaling is still bad. It doesn't... You don't get like a fucking 200 damage difference in between different letter gradients. You get like a 25 to 30 damage gradient. All the damage comes from blood gems. You can have a weapon with a character with 99 strength and 99 skill. You have 2% blood gems in that thing. It's going to deal as bad a damage as if you had really good blood gems and only 20 strength and 20 skill. Because scaling is just bad. Sorry, I'm going to take a second. People always have doubted this every single time I play through this game. There's always someone who comes by and is like, why the fuck do you have 99 vitality on your character, you idiot, you moron? You could have 60 blood tinge and not be using your gun for damage because it does bad damage anyways. It's like, I don't know what the fuck goes through people's minds in these video games anymore. Fucking Dark Souls corrupted most of the RPG players and forgot how to play RPGs. It may be an action-centered game, but it is still an RPG game, and it's more of an RPG than fucking Dark Souls 3, I can tell you that much. Again, people think because Bloodborne is so similar to Dark Souls that building your character the same way is beneficial to the player, but it's not. All it is shooting yourself in the foot over and over again because you're going to have not as much HP, not be dealing that much more damage than a player of my stature. I go into a fight with my threaded cane, put a beast blood pellet on in a fire paper, and I will delete any of the beast bosses in this game. It's not even that hard for the threaded cane. And that's with the threaded cane. It could be any other much better weapon than the cane. I just use the cane for posterity because people always are like, it's so bad, how can you use it? Oh, perfectly well. In fact, dealing 100 to 200 damage right off the bat, pretty much. In chalices anyways, where you get the bonus damage. Cane is best for early chalicing, due to the bonus damage it gets towards almost all of the Thumaru chalice enemies. The whip form is also one of the best places to get stun early game if you're not using a two-hander. None of the other dex weapons can stun beast bosses as easily as the threaded cane can. Except for the saw spear, because that technically is just a saw cleaver but skill version. But either version of that weapon is broken. Do like 800 damage a transform attack without even a beast blood pellet on. And again, you don't need a lot of scaling to make it do a lot of damage either. Only if you're doing arcane, then you kind of do need 40 arcane or higher to do damage with it. But that's just not how I play. I don't value those kinds of things that highly. Threaded cane R2 plus beast blood pellet can suffice. On certain bosses, you can even get to max beasthood using the threaded cane, which most people say, like, there's only 2 or 3 ways to actually use beast blood pellets effectively, which is just wrong. And mind you, when I'm doing that, I'm not even using any of the increase to beasthood or any of that stuff. I'm just using a beast blood pellet normally and just pressing R2 when in whip form. I did it yesterday when I fought Vicar Amelia before I had my weapon plus 10. I walked into that fight, put a beast blood pellet on and a fire paper, and she did one attack, jumped over me. I turned around, R2'd her, and she was stun locked until she died. There was no fighting back. Bloodstarved Beast put up more of a fight than she did, and even Bloodstarved Beast is one of the few bosses I can kill without taking any damage, because all of his attacks go in a straight line for the most part. That's why I feel bad for people who say he's one of the hardest bosses, because the hardest bosses for me are all the human bosses. The Thumerian Elder and the Descendant and stuff like that. Those bosses give me the most trouble. The Keeper of the Old Lords. A lot of them are Chalice bosses. They're not even main game bosses, because to be honest, I think a lot of the bosses in the main game outside of like ROM are kind of too easy for how much stuff they allow you to get before fighting them, which a lot of people consider BM. It's like, oh, if you don't fight Vicar Amelia the second you're in the Cathedral Ward, you're a loser. And it's like, well, I prefer to go down Hemwick Charnel Lane, get the rune tool, put runes on, then I prefer to get grabbed by the Bagmen, go to Bagmanville, get the stuff from Bagmanville, level my weapon up to like +5 or 6, and then fight Vicar Amelia. You're not meant to fight Vicar Amelia with a +3 weapon.
That's a little too easy.
I mean, you can. There's nothing stopping you from fighting bosses with unupgraded weapons. But there's also nothing stopping you from upgrading your weapon the most you can before fighting a wall. If there's a wall in storyline progression and you can go past it, and I didn't use frickin' broken Chalice dungeons to get my stuff until I was past that point in the story. So that had no effect on it either. Plus, most people do visceral attacks to kill a good portion of enemies. Your visceral attacks scale with your weapon level and your character level. That's it. It doesn't matter how much skill or strength you have. All that matters is that you are higher level and you deal more visceral damage. So having vitality is also not bad in that regard, if you're just going to be visceraling anyways. Having a huge vitality build is only bad when you're going to fight Ludwig, because Ludwig doesn't care about your HP bar. There are some bosses which just don't give a fuck how big your HP bar is, which is perfectly fine, but a lot of the time you can also survive. Like, I can survive the amygdala jump on top of me. I only survive with like a tiny little bit of HP, but every single other person that I talk to is like, oh yeah, that's a guaranteed one shot. And it's like, no, it's not. It's not a one shot. Not to my characters anyways. Oh, but you're cheesing the game with that much vitality. Well, if they didn't want you to have this much health, they wouldn't let you have this much health. They also wouldn't have made blood vials scale with your max HP. They would have made a dedicated blood vial upgrade system, but they didn't. So the only way to get more blood vial healing is to upgrade your HP. Even if that means upgrading your HP to maximum, which, yeah, the last 20 levels don't give you a whole lot extra. You get maybe 150 health out of leveling up the HP all the way from 70 to 90. But that health is scaling. You have runes in the game which increase your maximum HP by up to 30% if you want to. Although, normally you just use the 15 and 10, or just the 10 like I'm using now. Because when you have 99 vitality and you go into a cursed chalice with health runes on, you can have over 1,000 health. The only time that that doesn't matter is on the hacked double cursed or quadruple cursed chalices that have like fractions of HP that you can use on them. Like this one right here. This is a hacked chalice that I found the other night. I shouldn't say hacked, it's a save edited chalice. I couldn't even get past the first boss in it, so it's Keeper of the Old Lords, and he just kills me if I get tapped by anything. If the fire particle hits me, I die. This is a double curse chalice. You get 1/4 of your HP. Both of those are like one-hit chalices. Having HP doesn't matter in them. Oh, that's the fixed one. Oh wait, no, I need to go and try and kill Ludwig, speaking of which. A lot of people talk about Bloodborne as being this, like, insanely difficult, super hard. It's like, to me, all the hardest content is in the chalices and in the DLC. The base game is too easy. You can level up so fast in the base game. You can get upgrades for little to no effort. It's way harder to do a Chalice dungeon character, whereby you start at the first... Once you kill Bloodstarved Beast, you start doing nothing but chalices, and you don't do anything but chalices. That is way harder than doing the base game. Way, way harder. Because it's not meant to be done when you have a +3 weapon. But you can slowly claw your way through upgrades by doing randomized chalices and stuff like that, because you can always buy the Ritual Blood 1 and the Tomb Mold 1 to make randomized level 1 chalices to get more stuff out of them. That's what I was doing last night. When I was just bored and was playing for like an hour or two, I was just speedrunning some random chalices. I came across a glitched room, which was really weird. Normally you only see them in save-edited chalices, but it was like a room where the door was like flickering, and once you went into the room and looked at it from the other side, it would like de-render. Like it would look like there was nothing there. It was like that room was meant to be something that was a critical point, but they didn't ever add whatever it was, so the room is just like a hollow shell of an event or whatever was going to happen. I should have left it there so I could have shown it, but I deleted it and replaced it with that other randomized chalice that you saw there. Also, I was co-oping the other night, and some guy summoned me into the chalice that you can't escape from. Luckily, when you're a co-op summon, you can just silencing blank out, but that guy's character was stuck there permanently, which I thought was funny. Never go into any depth 0 or depth 5 or depth 6 or higher chalices. Never. Just a recipe for disaster. Yeah, your character can get stuck there permanently and you basically have to delete them. There are some of them that you can get out of by falling through the world. Because if you ever fall through the world in Bloodborne and the game doesn't know where to put you in terms of a spawn point, it'll just spawn you back in the Hunter's Dream by default. But that isn't the case with every single version of those weird, corrupt chalices. People get too crazy with the save editing nonsense. It's like in Borderlands. It's almost impossible to play in a lobby with a person who doesn't have a save edited something in their inventory now. It's crazy. Last time I played that game online, that's what I ran into. People using save edited tracker grenades that have the Tord prefix on them that allow them to split into mini-mervs. So the grenade, they throw it, it splits into 3 grenades, which splits into 3 more grenades, which mervs into mini grenades. And it's just like, that are homing, by the way. They're all homing and do splash damage. So on Moe's, you just throw them and stay at full HP all the time, pretty much, because you just generate grenades like a crazy person. Because apparently Borderlands 3 guns are even easier to save edit certain qualities onto them, or save edit prefixes from other manufacturers onto a weapon that's not supposed to have that prefix. Like, you could do a redundant Jacob shotgun, for example, that fires double the projectiles and shit. Not that it would be very good, because shotguns are kind of bad in Borderlands 3. Which is funny, because in Borderlands 2, you would literally use like a blue Ravager, because it was a quad barrel. That's one of the only things that was most disappointing about Borderlands 3 to me, was seeing that gone. Yeah, people just don't know where to stop with those games. Constable? I haven't come across the chest piece yet. You don't get that until later, right?
I am BL2 at least.
Oh yeah, well that's different. BL2's gun rarity is based off of a collection of part numbers, and those part numbers put together are what equal the color. That's why when you combine too many parts,
horrible in this class.
When you combine too many parts of too high of a rarity in Borderlands, you can tell because it will start to go lime green. Damn it, I thought I made it out of there fast enough. It'll go lime green and then eventually it'll turn black. The item bar will turn black.
I am 230. Minutes delayed.
No, get off your phone, man. I won't be doing the boss for at least another 30 minutes to an hour. It's gonna take me a while to get through this zone. Get over here. No, Crow, please. The Crow took the shotgun blast for him. I'll get parried for you, my sire. But I can't parry you, Crow. Stop doing one attack at a time, you mother... You gotta remember, you can't parry good from a distance with the blunderbuss. Better close range parry, but worse long range parry. Oh yeah, I forgot they pull the camera out here.
I am 4 minutes delayed because my service is bad here and the stream keeps freezing.
Have a good one.
ILL, catch you later. Beast Cutter is a nice weapon too, but it takes a lot of end.
Yeah. I've always wanted to use the Beast Cutter on a run, but by the time I get to the point where I want to use it, it's so outclassed by weapons like the whirligig saw and stuff like that, that it's hard to want to use it. Because range doesn't really benefit you a whole lot on boss fights. It only really benefits you when fighting normal enemies or other players, which I don't really do a whole lot of because the PvP in this game is kind of busted. Too many people running around with meta Saw Cleaver builds that just two-shot you with transform attacks. And you're just sitting there hitting them for funny damage with your threaded cane. There's the saw. We just got to get to it. I've always wondered if there was some weird way you could somehow jump from here over there and get the whirligig saw. Definitely not if you don't fucking jump, dumbass. I pressed the left stick in. Cursed Dark Souls 1 Remastered. I don't think it's possible. I don't think your character jumps far enough. Plus, I'm guessing that's something they probably would have tested for. It's probably why the ladder's there and not 2 inches to the left or to the right.
Is ray bad?
No, it's not bad. I forget how much I get angry at DS1 Remastered and just DS1 in general until I play to the end of the game. Because the first half of the game is like playing a different game than the end half of the game. The end half of the game is like basically going to linear ends of points in the map you would have already explored on a blind playthrough if you didn't know where you were going, basically. And when you know where you're going, it still doesn't help you at all. Because it's really just the enemies that are the problem in DS1. Especially because I was doing it in NG+. The fucking dog skeletons one-shot you. The buffed crystal hollows and the Duke's archives do so much damage to you, it's not even funny. Ooh. I'm surprised it didn't counter hit me. No, not the fucking ground shooter.
I thought Dark Souls 1 was easier than the other ones.
The bosses are easier. They're all gimmicks. The Bed of Chaos is basically a Legend of Zelda gimmick. Seath is I'm immune to your damage and you have to die to me at least one time gimmick.
It is worth playing if you like Souls, but graphic is not comparable to DS3 or BB.
Oh, I don't care about graphics. I'm just talking about the actual game itself. The content within the game is not that great. A lot of the enemies are kind of bullshit, and like I said, they're all gimmicky. There are a lot of different enemies, but they're all gimmicky, except for the enemies in the first half of the game, where they clearly cared more about it. Late in the game, a lot of the enemies just feel like they're kind of just drag and dropped into place. Demon Souls feels better. Although Demon Souls is even cheaper than DS1, its cheapness at least has a direct counter to it. For every cheap thing in the game, there's something equally as cheap that you can get as the player. That's not the case in DS1 and every other Dark Souls game, though. Oh god, I'm getting boxed in by the crows.
Because of Lauren, because I wanted to play the entire trilogy, but I don't think we'll play it anymore after I left you.
I still go back to it because, again, the first part of the game has like a certain nostalgia to me. In a weird way. Especially the music, like when you're creating the character and stuff, they're like dun 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 dun. On the Xbox 360 version of the game.
I still play DS3 and BB after Platinum because I like the multiplayer and combat system.
I like co-oping, but PvP is bad in all of these games. Mostly because From Software can't work out some sort of median delay system for their combat when versing another player, so there isn't like fights where there's hardly any lag, and then
2018 is probably the most graphically impressive game I've played on the PS4.
Oh, I didn't get to see this thing fall out of the sky. Damn it. I turned around. There, now we have the saw. One of the best weapons in this game. Before it got nerfed, this attack was ridiculous. You could just kill bosses outright just using that attack. You just buff it, put like an oil urn on the boss, and then put fire paper on this and just with a beast blood pellet on, and you'd not only would you get to maximum beasthood super fast, you'd also be dealing like 500 damage a tick at a rate of like 2 ticks per second.
I am currently playing it, but sometimes I find it a little bit boring. Always the same enemies.
What? God of War 2018 or
The reason why I dropped Sekiro.
DS1 Remastered? I guess that really depends on where you go in the game. And like I said, a lot of the new enemies don't feel the same way that they feel in other games. Like the dragon butts in Lost Izalith don't feel like a unique and fun enemy.
Than fun, at least for me.
Yes, exactly. Towards the end of, like the first half of Dark Souls 1, I feel is better than in any other Souls game.
Currently playing what?
Dark Souls 1 Remastered.
Gal 4.
Oh. I thought you were talking about DS1 Remastered. I have never played the new God of War because it simply didn't interest me. Just watching the combat. Some people make it look really good, but the amount of effort it takes to make the combat look good is not worth buying an entire game for. I'm sorry, guy, I gotta put you down. I'll try and get you in the dome piece. Never mind, I missed. Let me get closer to you.
I am waiting for Elden Ring.
There we go. Got him right in the dome piece. I didn't need his blood vials, but every person who plays Bloodborne is like, I can't get enough blood vials. And I'm just like, buy 600 blood vials in the first 3 hours of playing the game. I didn't actually, though. I waited until I just got 100,000 souls when I was in, like, the Forbidden Woods area.
Ivy just looked up at Elden Ring and someone is already comparing it to Dark Souls.
Yeah, because it's made by From Software, Hyro. That's why. It's made by the people who made Dark Souls. And Bloodborne. What you're looking at currently on your screen.
I see.
It's gonna be like another Sekiro, except for Sekiro, you can kind of tell was kind of like the core gameplay was built, and then they just built the game incredibly fast.
Because from Made IT, IT should be a mix between Souls and Sekiro combat system.
I've watched almost that entire game, and it has never really impressed me. Some of the boss fights are really cool in Sekiro. I love the, like, bowl with the horn, with the, like, wood piece, like the log that's on fire and shit. That boss looks really, really cool whenever I've seen people fight it. But
I don't keep up with their games since I don't like them.
Yeah, I just want them to make another Bloodborne. I honestly don't care. Just make another Bloodborne with trick weapons, or just make another game that's based like Bloodborne. You don't necessarily want Bloodborne 2, but I would love Bloodborne being remastered in the future. It is a greatest hits game. It kind of would deserve it.
Since I played BB, I fell in love with Souls.
Well, for me, if you're asking me personally, Bloodborne is the best Souls game because it's not a Souls game. It's made by the same people. It has almost all of the same concepts, but it is not a Souls game. It plays very differently than all of the other games, except for probably Demon Souls. Weirdly enough, their first game is actually the closest to how this game plays. It's so much faster. The running, like sprinting in Demon Souls is so much faster than DS2. If you put the game side by side with a character running through a level, the Demon Souls character is going to look like the footage is played in fast forward. Because everything in Demon Souls just looks like it's sped up. like it's on 2x speed. Except for big honkin' giant weapons. All the big two-handed weapons are super slow. But all of the small weapons, like just the basic club in Demon's Souls, is insanely fast. The rolling has little to no delay, parrying has little to no delay, blocking has little to no delay. It was made before they put in all of the how would you say it? Compensatory animations that they have in DS3, Bloodborne, and DS2, where it's a bunch of animations that are built to be linked into other animations in a more refined manner. I was showing that off the other day with, like, when you press R1 in this game, you can wait and your character will kind of return halfway to neutral.
And after the first couple of hours I wanted to get rid of the game, I hated it, then something happened and I just couldn't stop playing it.
Yeah, that kind of happened to me with Neo. Well, I wouldn't ever recommend watching it, to be honest, but I have, like, footage on my channel back when I played, like, Neo's original beta and stuff like that, and the alpha, and I am so fucking mad in that stuff. But, like, when I did the survey and stuff like that online, I wasn't angry or anything like that with them, because I actually wanted to see the game get really good, and I was one of the people, like many others, that recommended them to keep the game lock strafe. Don't make it free run. Because in Neo, the original Neo Alpha, if you've never played that game, you would free run like this, even while locked onto an enemy. So your camera would be locked on.
I gave it back, then I bought it again to give him a second chance, and after I'm still playing it, emoji happy tears.
Like, imagine this tree was like something that I was locked onto in the original Neo. This is what your camera would be like. You would be running around, or well, it wouldn't be like this. It'd be locked onto the tree, actually. I'm trying to do it with my hand. But your character would just be running freely, instead of like how it normally does when you're locked onto something, where your character will step and they'll strafe. They'll side strafe, which is what is referred to as lock strafe in video game design, and has been around since early PlayStation games. Armored Core had lock strafe in it, for example. Another FromSoft game. Ratchet and Clank had a lock strafe option.
Japanese games are what I prefer to play since they are usually better.
Well, except for From Software, apparently, because you don't like them. No, Bloodborne's good. You just didn't give Bloodborne the chance to actually shine, because you kind of just rushed through it. Also, I can't even remember what I came back here to do. I need to upgrade these.
Yet I regret that.
But it also helps when you have the DLC.
I wish I weren't so impulsive.
Yeah, I bet you were wishing that you had spent your time a year and a half ago when I told you the first time to clean out your PS4, that you should have just done it then. Because then you never would have had a loud PS4 for ages, and now you cleaned it out, but you didn't even get to enjoy it for like more than a couple weeks.
Lol.
But then again, it was getting so bad to the point where you couldn't play any games on it.
I'll be on one of these days.
Oh shit! I turned over to look at my laptop for a second. Well, hopefully, like I said, you'll be on once around the time Neo 2 comes out. If not to have it yourself, at least just to talk to me about it.
For sure.
Because I can share play so you can watch even if I'm not streaming. Because that's one of the games that I'll play on stream, progression. And then I'll play for like 5 hours off the stream just co-oping. Because I love co-oping in those games so much. Even in Bloodborne and stuff like that. But Bloodborne co-oping is so hard to come by. Especially nowadays. And then you do finally get into co-op with someone, you go into the boss fight, and either you or the guy dies on the first hit because you're so far away on the planet that the connection is so bad the boss just lags and kills you. I have a video on my channel of like Dark Souls 3 doing Dancer. I can't remember what I titled it, but it was like I went into the fight and it's just a seizure with the frickin' Dancer going from one side of the room to the other, and the lock-on is just freaking the fuck out. And like I'm dealing damage to it, but it's just like you couldn't look at the screen. It would literally give you aneurysms. It would make your brain want to go inside out. It was so bad. It was worse than the frickin' Defiance 2050 flashing blue lights on the screen during that event that made you stop playing the game.
Yeah, I am gonna be getting it day one.
Sincerest thanks. That's a fine no. Fine job. Damn it, guy, you didn't aim down. It's a hard hand, dude. What is your hand made out of fucking stone? I'm sorry. I'll put you out.
I think it might be easy to find too. You are pretty high.
Yeah. But Bloodborne will scale you down. I can find co-op and chalices every single time I press the co-op thing. It's only in the base game that I struggle to get it. Because chalice people aren't shy of leveling up most of the time. And even then in chalices, it doesn't care what level you are. It will just scale you all the way down to someone if they're only like level 20. I know, because I'll lose like probably more than half of my HP bar co-oping with people. Which in those cases, yeah, it doesn't benefit to have a lot of vitality if you're a co-op summon, because your vitality's already going to get nerfed.
But there should be still high-level people.
Well, I'm kind of in an odd spot where I'm not high level, but I'm not low level, so it's not like I'm going to get people in NG+, but I'm also not going to get that many people in NG. Because a lot of people try to go through this part of the game when they're like super low level, because you can do it right after you beat Vic or Amelia. I personally don't like doing it. I can't summon Valtyr. For whatever reason. I talked to him.
If you go back to the chapel and down the stairs.
That's Henriette. That's not Valtyr. Valtyr should be right here by the crows. This is where Valtyr is summoned. I'm not trying to summon people, I'm trying to get summoned. I can do Ludwig by myself, no problem.
The NPC you meet in Fort Woods.
Yes, I have his covenant. Or wait, over here, right? Should show it in the list. Yeah, I have his covenant, I'm just not in it. I might have progressed his story too far by crushing too many vermin. He might just be gone. Might be dead. I need to use the bathroom real quick. Of course, the second you go to the bathroom is always when someone summons you. Deep Leedles. Leedly.
Clear Blaze is some of the stinkiest shit I've ever smelled.
No, not that attack. I gotta be super careful. Someone...
Small things to clean things.
Shredded cane is bad and doesn't do any damage.
You were at my side all along. My true mentor, my guiding moonlight.
Bloodborne also has the best moonlight sword. Nope, that's bad. I should have reapplied fire paper there at the end. He would have been dead a lot faster. I was like, that guy seems easy. Trust me, dude. Trust me. I'm gonna go try and do it by myself, and I'm gonna fail for like an hour trying to get past just his first phase. When you have 3 people, 2 of which using frickin' serration weapons on him, you can just stun lock him to death just like any other beast. Just gotta be aggressive. And not idiotic like me.
Blazing, so I couldn't see too well, lol.
It's fine. I've only ever managed to save that guy one time. Normally, I forget how loud that dialogue is. Holy shit. Damn, is he just gonna outright kill me right off the beginning? He might. No, that's bad. That's even worse. No, I missed that.
You were at my side all along.
Watch this cutscene again.
My
True mentor. I'm gonna die in the second phase. You watch. The easy phase. This is one of the best songs in the game, though. No, that clipped me. You clipping? Ow.
good hunter. Have you
Nice.
seen the thread of light? Just a hair, a fleeting thing. Yet I clung to it, steeped as I was in the stench of blood and beasts. I never wanted to know what it really was. Really, I didn't.
See, the problem with these things is my brain is such a fourth wall breaker that the only thing I can imagine is the guy sitting in an enclosed studio with a mic in front of him and headphones on, doing the shaking his head like left and right and shit. And just that mental image like just makes me fucking burst out laughing.
Emoji happy tears.
Did I get the constables set? Yes. Ah, yes. Hopper Dapper. It didn't give me anything. I don't know what I'm checking for.
Welcome, what it? Very well then.
Smoke him if you got him, right?
Welcome, what is? Very well then.
In order to wield the bloodletter, I need 11 blood tinge? Or is it 12?
Farewell.
Underground corpse pile.
You're a hunter with your sanity, aren't you? Must have taken a wrong turn then, eh? Well, we're more alike than you think. This is the hunter's nightmare, where hunters end up when drunk with blood. You've seen them before. Aimless, wandering hunters slavering like beasts.
Beasts.
So, don't be brash. Turn back before it's too late. Unless you've something
Be
of
right
interest
back getting
you'd like to
lunch.
share. Oh yes, I see. You sense a secret within the nightmare, and cannot bear to leave it be. As if the spirit of Bergenworth lives on within you, such inquisitive hunters will relish the nightmare. But beware.
Relish.
Secrets are secrets for a reason, and some do not wish to see them uncovered. Especially when the secrets are particularly unseemly. Beware. Secrets are secrets for a reason, and some do not wish to be discovered, especially when the secrets are particularly unseemly.
Particularly. The way he says that is so...
Beware.
Like, you can hear every single letter individually in the way that he says particularly.
Some do not wish to be discovered, especially when the secrets are particularly unseemly.
He says the word like your grade school teacher saying the word out loud for you to pronounce it. Wait. Why do I keep going there?
Shrouded by rifle and steady stride, cornered by blood but always clear of mind, proud under the church. Beasts are a curse and curse is a shackle. Only ye the true blades of the church.
I've just always wondered in that cutscene, like, with this guy in it, where he's like, Ludwig the Accursed is coming. Where does he come from? Shouldn't he be visually there already? Like, where... Does he come from above? They came from the skies? Hold on, I still need to take, like, a few more minutes. Actually made me sweat underneath my armpits. But I also, again, it doesn't feel super great to me that I beat it. And it took that much effort from me, considering how much HP I have. And I still almost died. If I was anyone else playing this game, I would have died right off the beginning there. Because I just got stuck in a bad chain of pressing the dodge button during, like, hit stun, which would then dodge me and get me hit into hit stun, which then, because I pressed the dodge button again, would dodge me into attack and get hit stun. And I eventually would just have to, like, stop and just wait for the swing and dodge it. I don't like queued input systems that much for that reason. That kind of shit doesn't happen in Monster Hunter for that reason. Because queued inputs only exist on certain weapons and only with certain attacks and certain actions. It's why when you press the button to heal, you have to press it like 30 times sometimes, because the game just doesn't process it. Which, to be honest, I'd kind of prefer that over you press the button too many times and your character does an action 2 to 3 times in a row that you only actually wanted to do once, but because you mashed the button, it did it several times. Dark Souls is the biggest culprit of this, where it's like, you'll press the dodge button several times in a row when dodging, and if you get hit stunned out of the dodge while pressing the dodge button, it will queue up a dodge that will come out when you're out of hit stun, which will then queue up a dodge that can ghost itself and stay there for ages. The game can also randomly eat your dodge inputs in DS1, which some people say doesn't actually happen or anything like that. But it doesn't happen to me in Bloodborne. It doesn't happen to me in Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 1 Remastered is the only one that eats my inputs, where I will physically be standing there holding a direction, and you can hear me go click on the circle button on my controller, and the character just continues walking, and nothing happens. There's just no... And then I'll block an enemy attack, like, probably 20 to 30 minutes later. I'll block an enemy attack, and my character will randomly roll. And I didn't even have my thumb on that button. My thumb was on the analog stick. Or some shit. Like, there's no way. Let me know if you've played DS1 and had that happen before. Have you ever played the game and felt like it just ate your inputs without actually giving you any response? Not even just with rolling, also like with attacking and other stuff like that as well. Like, it's not like your controller's fucking up, because it works all the time in any other game. Dark Souls 1 is the definition of do everything perfectly, because the second you start to fuck stuff up, that's when bad inputs happen. That's when shit gets queued up. That's when your rolling starts to get fucked with, and then everything starts going downhill from there. Because me saying that, I've had times when I play the game and I feel like it's 100% responsive. And then other times I play the game and I feel like I get at least a third of my dodge inputs just get eaten, just get deleted. And so I end up pressing the dodge button several times, which then queues up even more stuff and makes it even worse. Honestly, the early Dark Souls games would be so much better if they just neutered the frickin' queue system like they did in Bloodborne. And even in Bloodborne, it's still too much of a queue system. I at most want a half-second queue, input queue. Any more than that, and it just ends up being a problem. I have Rhythm Heaven music stuck in my brain. I have the stupid Air Rally one stuck in my brain with the cat going ba-bum-bum-bum. If you've ever played Rhythm Heaven, you'll know what I mean. Somebody also made a, and I hate to, can I even say this? Are you allowed to even say non-safe for work things anymore on YouTube? Someone made a non-safe for work version of that game. That's what I'll say. Well, I should say it was in the form of a video, less or so than a playable game, but whatever. It's funny. It's funny more than it's anything else, so. I wonder what's going on outside. I hear a bunch of construction vehicles in the distance. Can't really hear them indoors though, which is good. And my neighbor that used to have power tools going all the time no longer lives here, so.
shrouded by my thoughts, proud to be so.
Ow.
Are you a hunter? Well, that's very odd. Do you hear the toll of the bell? Liar. Such pettiness will be your undoing. The beast you seek will not be found here. Go back to your hunt. And if you have the chance, put this night behind you. Places better left untouched. Secrets better left alone. Only a fool would so brazenly wrong. Bear it in mind. Some places are better left only fools.
One of the most useless items to ever be added to Bloodborne. People used to think you could parry with it, but you can't. Glowball rats. The 3 of which only exist here. And nowhere else. This is gonna be rough. No, I didn't mean to do that. Damn it. You're still alive?
Has someone, anyone, seen my eyes? I'm afraid I've dropped them in a puddle. Things pale now.
Oh my god, this environment is so bad for the king. Hemorrhaging blood vials like crazy. Oh. I wish you could get these guys masks.
Lady Marie, save me, please. I don't hear anything.
Device is inoperable. Yes. That hood is way too baggy. Well, that went terribly. Oh no, I got blood all over the flower. That means I'm gonna get the bad ending.
Error.
What? Oh, welcome back. Alright. Alright.
Emma have to head off soon. Elder is all right.
Is that you, Lady Maria?
No, I know.
You're someone else.
No problem, man.
Please, could you do something for me? I need brain fluid. Murky, mushy brain fluid. Please, could you do something for me? I need brain fluid. Murky, mushy brain fluid. Please, I need...
Hyro, I always told you that my Bloodborne character looks like me. Oh god, I need to... Do I have anything that can get rid of the blood on my face? No. Dang it. It's me! A very unimpressed me. Wait, why did I jump down here?
Anyways, it is time for B to head out.
Alright. Have a good one.
ILL, see ya.
No, what? Sorry about that. I was trying to turn the camera so I could look down. Oh wait, I didn't go everywhere. Down here, I don't think. God damn it. It happens every once in a while. Once a stream or so.
Plip, plop. Plip, plop, plip, plop. Plip, plop, plip, plop. Lady Maria, I'm a robin. Will I ever grow up and become an egg? What say you? Lady Maria. Lady Maria, say something. Anything. Lady Maria, I'm a robin. Will I ever...
Splat. No, fuck. I should have just rolled. Why did I try to run? That should have parried me. I'm guessing they can't actually parry with their guns. I was just seeing if that was possible. I'll be right back. I need to use the bathroom.
Please, could you do something for me? I need brain fluid. Murky, mushy brain fluid. Oh, thank you. You're terribly kind. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh. I hear the sticky sound. Do you hear it too? Oh, I know. Will you have my blood as thanks? I'll have you know, I was once a blood saint too, so do come back if you ever run dry of saint's blood. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh, I hear the sticky sound. Do you hear it too? Oh, I know. Will you have my blood as thanks? I'll have you know, I was once a blood saint too, so do come back if you ever run dry of saint's blood. it's wonderful. Oh, I hear the sticky sound. Do you hear it too? Oh, I know. Will you have my blood as thanks? I'll have you know, I was once a blood saint too, so do come back if you ever run dry of saint's blood. It's wonderful. Oh, I hear the sticky sound. Do you hear it too? Oh, I know. Will you have my blood as thanks? I'll have you know, I was once a blood saint too, so do come back if you ever run dry of saint's blood. Oh, it's wonderful. Oh. Oh, I'll have you so... Oh, hello, will you accept my blood? That makes me happy. I'm sorry to trouble you. Oh, don't be greedy. I shouldn't...
That is very well. Farewell, good.
Not a pretty sight, is it? The true face of the blood-worshipping, beast-purging, healing church. But that's not all. You seek the secrets held by the nightmare, do you not? Then here's what you must do. Climb the astral clock tower and kill Maria. She hides the real secret. Go on. She hides.
Oh, there you are. Don't be good. Oh, don't Oh, don't I? Oh, don't I? Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? Please, somebody, I need help. I'm trying, but I'm afraid the sound is fading. Hello? Is that who I think it is? Please. Please, I need brain fluid. The sticky sound is fading fast. Please bring me brain fluid. I must have it. That sound, it is all that guides me. Without it, I'll be sent back to my former, lesser years. Yes, that's it. Let me have it. I can hear it. Yes. The sound that guides me. Thank you. Thank you so much. You have saved me. Take this charm. Lady Maria gave it to me, but it is all I can offer, other than my own blood. Please. Oh, a sticky strip. How extraordinary. Do you think that water drips even down deep below at the bottom of the sea? Can you hear it? Drip. 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 through it.
Sorry about that. There were people that had came over. And then I got talking about some stuff. But anyways, I can't even remember what I was going to say when I came back on. Oh yeah, I had like a weird nostalgia thing for like a couple minutes where I remembered when I was younger, and I used to, and I don't really live in a city now, but compared to where I used to live, everyone's property was separated on a much larger scale. It was acres upon acres in between properties, not like your property is an eighth of an acre next to someone else's who's also an eighth of an acre kind of shit. And one of the crazy things about growing up around here for me, or not around here where I used to, was like the stuff that would happen around me. I considered it so normal because it was common, but now when I look at it from an outward perspective, because I've spent so much time on the internet and now have almost more of a city or urbanized like mentality on a lot of things, it's kind of weird for me to explain to different people on the internet, because a lot of the people I come across on the internet are from major cities or from bigger cities than the one I currently am in, which isn't even a city. It'd be considered a town in most people's language because it's less than 3,000 people. But where I used to live, it was less than 200 people. So the school that I went to had 160 kids at it. At its peak. At its lowest, it had like 132. A class had like 11 kids in it, because it was kindergarten through 8th grade. Some classes wouldn't even have enough kids in it to actually make a team in sports, so they'd have to add in a couple extra kids from other grades that weren't necessarily as good as the other kids in that grade. Like, we could barely fill an entire soccer field and have more than 3 players sitting on the bench ready to be swapped out. There were a good portion of games when I was little where they didn't have enough players to play the full game, so they would just go with like 1 defender or something like that. 2 offense or something. Or they just call it a victory for the other team if they didn't want to actually play. But I remember, like, one of the weird things when I was a kid is my aunt was in the process of moving and building a house on the side of this hill. And when I was a kid, I was like, oh yeah, of course you'd want to build your house on like a hill or a mountainside, because it like looks really cool, and they already knew about the area because they lived really close by to it already, and it was just this entire like mountainside sort of zone that was cut out years and years and years ago and had filled in with natural berry bushes over time. It had every kind of berry bush that you could imagine, from at the very top of the hill having like blueberries mixed in with some different types of low-lying acidic loving blackberries. They're not the normal type of blackberries. They're like, they grow on tiny little green vines that kind of crawl along the ground, and the blackberries they put out are very wide at the bottom. They're not the normal cylindrical shape that you'd associate with a blackberry. I can't remember what you'd call them, because they're technically not a blackberry species. They're actually a species of raspberry, a black raspberry species, because they have the little cup thing in the fruit. They're not solid all the way through. A real blackberry will have no cup shape to it, whereas raspberries or things in the raspberry family have a cup shape where the center of the pistil of the flower created the indentation. That doesn't happen with blackberries. But at the top of the hill, there was a mix of those. And then as you went further down, it was normal vining black raspberries, vining blackberries, vining raspberries. And then on odd years, you'd get some that would pop up that were golden raspberries. You'd have small lowland blueberry type species, which are related to blueberries and produce a very similar but very smaller fruit that tastes like blueberries, but they are not a blueberry plant. By definition, they are something that is from that family, but is not the same as the thing that you would associate with a common blueberry. They're more similar to a huckleberry, and they grow on tiny little bushes that don't get more than 2 feet tall. And they'll be covered in those frickin' little tiny blue fruits. And they flower later in the spring than a traditional blueberry, which flowers immediately upon pretty much winter going away. Upon no sign of frost is when most blueberry plants will start to flower. A lot of the time you'll even get them in stores, or you'll see them in like the store section of like a Home Depot for buying like plants. And you'll see blueberries that are flowering while they're in the store. Or that have blueberries on the plant that are forming into ripe blueberries pretty soon. And I wouldn't ever advise buying a plant that's in that stage, because if you try to take it out of its planter and put it in the ground, especially in ground that is not already pre-treated to be acidic, you will find that the plant will drop most of the blueberries off of it and you'll actually get nothing. And then because the plant put all of its energy into the blueberries because it wasn't getting any energy from the soil, the plant dies back and loses almost all of its leaves, and it has like a very low chance of coming back the next year. So if you do buy a blueberry from a store like that, make sure to get one that's in pre-flower, that hasn't flowered yet, or one that is just barely starting to flower. Because then when you put it in the ground, it will conserve energy and just drop some of the flower buds instead, because the fruit takes a lot more energy to produce than the flower does. And a good portion of plants will actually produce a lot of flowers, but if the plant doesn't have enough energy to produce a fruit, it'll just drop the bud off of it. This happens a lot if you've ever grown pumpkins or melons and stuff like that. The first couple flowers, especially the first couple female flowers, are normally always duds, even if you pollinate them correctly. But growing up there as a kid, I got so used to having the ability to, when it was any point in the summer, from early June all the way until like late September, there were berries on that hill. You had to go to the different spots where the different types of berries were, because there were like ones that flowered and harvested in the spring, like I was talking about with some of the blueberries. And then you'd have ones that flowered and harvested in mid-June to late August, like most of the raspberry varieties. And then you had the late harvesting ones, like most of the blackberries and some of the boysenberries and stuff like that. We didn't eat the boysenberries. My aunt actually used them to make wine. That was the first alcoholic thing I ever got drunk on, was her wine. I helped harvest the stuff for it, so she was like, why not let you try it? Didn't have a whole lot of it, but it was still like enough that I could feel it. It was like how some parents let their kids have champagne on New Year's. I don't know if that's more of a Northeasterner thing, though, because I've I personally experienced that when I was like 15, 16 years old and stuff like that. But I know some people are like, my parents didn't even have champagne on New Year's. What are you talking about? And I'm like, okay. Then you just feel weird. Like, were my parents just fucking alcoholics? I never saw them drink anything else, though. It's like, no, that just used to be the old tradition. It's just a lot of people don't celebrate those traditions or do the old school traditions anymore. My parents were probably last of that kind of generation that did that kind of stuff. And now you just have modern generation, like, parents where it's like it's a 35-year-old yuppie that has been doing his job for 10 years but sucks at it, but will talk about all day on social media or sit there on his phone. The kind of guy that you see at a construction site who's bossing around all the 50 to 60-year-old dudes, but he's just sitting there looking at his phone, leaning up against the bulldozer or something like that. That's the fucker. That's the finger in the ass right there. And it's always like that almost anywhere you go, even around here. The only business I know that isn't like that was the one that my dad worked for, because the old man that runs it doesn't have any kids that he trusts with his business, because one of his kids, and I mean, this is borderline sad, so I don't know why I'm saying this in a negative manner towards the guy, because it wasn't his fault. He didn't do anything. But one of his sons took one of his nice trucks out for a ride that he just bought him. Because he bought one of his kids a very nice vehicle, typical of a rich asshole who owns a company. Not entirely an asshole, but he is the standard guy who owns the company, so I spend a whole lot of money on my kids even though they're reckless. And one of his kids got in a terrible car accident and died because of one of the trucks that he bought him. And so he stopped, like, doing that stuff a lot more. He was the kind of guy, his daily driver vehicle for like 7 years was a Hummer H2. And not a Hummer H2 with the full cab, a Hummer H2 with the cut crew cab with the truck bed in the back. All white with the super off-road, like, that has all the big grills and stuff like that on it. You can't see in that thing more than like 12 feet in front of the vehicle. If anything goes out in front of the vehicle at that point in time, it's squished. It's not like you'll notice inside of a fucking 6,000-pound SUV, basically. Until he built his McMansion halfway into the side of a hill. He had a prior mini McMansion that he had in the side of another hill, which wasn't even a mansion, it was just a log cabin type thing. Again, gorgeous place. The dude had incredible taste when it comes to designing his buildings and stuff like that. I'm by no means trying to put flack on him. The only flack I'm putting on him is that he is just the typical rich guy who just spends all of his money on himself and never gives his workers any extra or anything like that. My father worked for him for like 35 years and only got the normal wage increase plus a bonus Christmas check of like $1,000 from a guy who is literally making millions off of him because he does... The company that my dad worked for is a recreational company. He did all of the surfacing and painting of pretty much any tennis court, basketball court, anything like that that was outside. If you have been in the Northeast, anywhere from New York, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maine, anywhere in between any of those zones, you've been to any of the major cities and you've seen basketball courts or tennis courts that look pristine, that you're always like, why the fuck do they manage to keep these courts pristine for the handful of people who use them on a regular basis? But regardless, the state pays them a lot of money to do what they do. And you can actually see some of my dad's work in video games, which is funny. You can also just see it from Google Earth and things like that, but I always found it more funny in video games, where it was like in Fallout 4, for example, there were a couple areas where I know that my dad worked in, and he specifically has seen Fallout 4 before and was like, I've been in that exact spot on that court doing the surfacing and stuff like that, which is also really cool. Just as a weird thing to be a part of, I guess. Because he did the courts in Salem and he did a lot of the courts in Boston. Professional courts, too. Like I said, if you've seen any outdoor courts on TV that came from the Northeast, anywhere from New York or anything like that, they've probably been the one who done it. And my dad's the one who puts the lines on it. Puts the lines on the courts. Resurfaces them first if they need it. But a lot of the time they don't need entire resurfacing. They just need new lines or a new fresh layer of that colored tarmac stuff that they use as a base. Sorry, I was just putting some stuff in the trash. Anyways, let's... Go.
Shrouded by night.
brain fluid just one last time. Murky, mushy fluid that will make me whole. The sticky sound whispers to me, so very close, right into my ear. My head, just a head, that's all there is. I need my baptism. Please, I beg of you, I want to be something. Please, the sticky... I see a shape. My guide, I see your voice. Clearly as it bends and bleeds. My own revelation. Just for me. Thank you. My own. Thank you, really.
No, he got me! I died to the failures. I thought the cutscene just triggered automatically. I forgot you actually have to trigger it yourself.
A corpse should be left well alone.
I would love if the player character just licked her hat in that cutscene.
Oh, I know very well how the secrets beckon.
It's so close to the face. Just a taste.
Step will kill you now. Protect you from your wild curiosity.
I'll show you a nightmare. What? That should have been a parry. Oh, yeah, right. You don't want to be doing that, bud. Get out of there. Double? It's time for double and make it trouble. Oh my god, I forgot how long range those fuckers are. That's critical failure. Those late phase attacks are arguably easier to parry than her first phase attacks, but I still fuck it up. I might need to swap to the pistola for this one. Pistola! Just so I can hit the longer range parries easier. What? It's the first time I've ever seen her shoot her gun. Trying to dodge past her, but I can't. Oh, that one's so much faster. die again. No, 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 no. Shark biscuit. No, it's a fast one. No, she's gonna get me. Beware of woman. Run!
Blood-crazed fiends. Atonement for the wretches. By the wrath of Mother Goss. Merciless. Once a lady. Once let go.
Oh my word, that's right. Those pursuers actually do a lot of damage. Right. It's alright, I needed health and needed bullets and blood vials back. Watchers continue to expand the Hintertombs, but there's only 3 layers of them. Blow them off? Oh, fuck. I didn't go the right way to kick down the ladder. Absolute idiot. I'm just trying to see if anything can hit them through the ground. What the fuck? Shouldn't have used that yet. The bone blade wore out because this fucking AI just stood there and did nothing. Fucking son of a bitch. that. You anchor fuckers. No! The fucking... That one is just so ridiculous. Well, that didn't work for shit. It's one of the hardest weapons to get in the entire game. Stop sidestepping, you absolute monster. Friggin' pork guy. You're not gonna be chucking firebombs? Ow, my leg! My leg! Ah, that's much better. No, you have to be fucking kidding me. That's some malarkey. Fuck you. Fuck you, fuck you, fuck you. Fuck. Speedrun time. The game had its one chance to let me through with good RNG, and it's like, nope, I'm just gonna have the guy hit you when you're trying to get past fucking pursuers nonsense. I feel bad for the people who don't level up vitality that much. This DLC is pretty much just a death run of dying instantly to every other enemy. Can I move, please? Fuck, he's like a homing missile. I couldn't even run by. I forget how hard it is just to run through this part. I can't remember what the speedrun strat is. I think it's to go left. Yeah, don't go there. Made it!
just got off school.
Well, I'm at the nightmare part of the DLC right now. This is where they got the inspiration for the Ring City shit that's just overpowered. Oh my god, dude. Ow. Ow. Fuck, they're so hard to parry as well. What? Alright. Parry time. I parried him, but... Please. Come on, I don't know if it's the building or whatever. God, the fucking hitboxes, man. I just want to get out. Just let me get out of the fucking building. No, I got knocked over. I can't parry him without getting hit. Jesus Christ. And I love how now they walk down like this, but when you come through this level normally, he never comes out all the way up there. He never does. Only when you spawn from the backside do they walk out. This is the only part of Bloodborne that is like super why the fuck. Like those big ass enemies are probably the most ridiculous enemy in any Souls game. In terms of their difficulty. They are harder than some of the bosses. Come here, bud. That was a parry. Are you kidding me? Give me my health back. Motherfucker. I just wanted to kill him out of vengeance. took my souls and deleted them.
Oh, you. I'm afraid I've made a bunch of things. Oh, I can hear the bell now. The beast-eyed assassin. He's after me. Again. And again.
Yeah, and your bow weapon sucks so much you can't kill him with it, right?
Please. I need you to do something.
Take my bow weapon and try and kill him with it.
Is the true secret.
It sucks.
To the old sins. It feeds this hunter's nightmare. Please. Bring to an end.
It's ranged, it can't parry, and it doesn't do that much more damage than just having an Evelyn with good scaling.
Hunters cannot bear their weight forever.
Definitely not more damage than bone marrow ashing.
Justice isn't fair.
The repeater. Cool, thanks for your Garbo weapon, dude. You still there, Hyro? This is what I mean by this shitty weapon. Of course it's gonna do shit damage, because, of course, I'm not leveled up, but I'll go and just show you. Even if it's upgraded, I've had one of these at plus 10. It doesn't do anything. Wow. Oh yeah, you can also do this when you're out of ammo, even though your character's holding an arrow. Oh, and it has a sword moveset too, but it's kind of like eh. You're in sword mode, you can combo into a shot, and you can also combo into sword. But it's bad. At least now I have another weapon plus 10. I can't hit these fucking dogs because they keep roaring me and every time I go to swing. Stop. Fucking fish dog. This guy does the best grab attack in the entire game. This shit is so brutal. I let him do it to me just because I love the animation so much. It's like, imagine being able to take that to the face enough to stand back up and attack the guy. Ow. Don't zap me again. How do I get... I'm missing something here. Don't... How did I clear out this level without dying, man? What the fuck? I should have been dead from the beginning. A moment of respite. A chance to steel oneself against the coming horrors. What the hell? They have melee attacks? Oh, shit.
Infiltrator's gone asleep.
What? Oh, you're gonna sleep? Well, have a good one, dude.
Around, sorry for not being able to stay longer.
No, that's good.
Saya.
Have a good one. Saya. Oh yeah, purple dick. Get out of here, purple dick. Probably should have gotten that shortcut. Probably should have gotten that shortcut. Excuse me. Can you not parry someone with a lead elixir on? Doesn't even have it on.
I just remembered I gotta keep my sleep schedule right, but my eyes feel so heavy.
Go get a hot washcloth and put it on your eyes. Although that sometimes makes people feel even sleepier. What temperature makes you feel sleepier, warm or cold? Because whatever, do the opposite. Or eat something really sour. It just makes you like curl up into a prune. You turn inside out for a moment.
Lol.
Drink a cup of coffee, but then you'll be up all night going. La, 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 la. Ow, ow, my brain. No, she got me, she got me, she got me, she got me, she got me. Let go of me, let go of me. Lagombi, a monster hunter monster. Lagombi. Lagombi mad. No, she's gonna do it to me again. Exactly the same thing. Get out of there. Get out. She has one move. Just kill her. This is one of the hardest things to do in the game. You have to kill both of these things. Right here. Oh god, that's not a very good angle. Now is it? I guess to some people it's a great angle. Craigasm. Gotchi base. But yeah, you get that thing to half health, which is really hard to fight already. Then he runs over here, and this guy jumps down from the ceiling, and both of them start attacking you. And the only way that I've ever been able to beat both of them, I've never been able to beat both of them legitimately. I feel like it's fucking impossible. But the way that I always do it is you use an item called the Shaman's or the Shaman Bone Blade. And you make one of them angry at the other one, and they end up killing each other, or at least doing so much of the damage that you can one-hit the other one. No running. Gonna get rid of the casters. Look at all these slugs. They're phantasms, actually. They just look like slugs. This is what they are, right here. These things. That's what these things are on the ground. Cheater, cheater, pumpkin eater. I love pumpkins. You know, I love me some pumpkins. Just some good old-fashioned pumpkins. Blood rock. Krieg's favorite genre of music. Alright, now for one of the hardest bosses in the game. But I gotta go back and get more blood vials, because there's no way I'd be able to do it with 5. I might be able to do it using only 5 blood vials, but having only 5 blood vials is like a negative 50% to your confidence. Oh, what's up here? Absolutely fucking nothing. I was like, I never noticed those stairs before. That's why, because they don't go anywhere. Off to Neverland. Look at all those weapons, dude. Oh yeah, I didn't show off the weapons, the new ones that I got, because I didn't show off the boom hammer earlier either, I don't think. It's just your Dark Souls 3 hammer kind of moveset. But it can do this. Then you have the Rakio, the hardest to get weapon in the game, but also one of the most broken weapons in the game in terms of your potential damage over time. Or not damage over time, but DPS, that's what I meant to say. This is just the R1s, your normal R1s. R2s are this poking back and forth, which is very, very good for alien or kin enemies. Trust me, that is demolishing. Like on a Breedis and stuff like that, these things annihilate the fuck out of her. And then it also has these. And any of these attacks can be comboed into one another. So you can do infinite mix-ups with 3 buttons. Because you get different stuff depending on what you do first. Like if you press R2 and then L2, you get a double thrust. If you press R1 and then L2, you get a double hit swing. Pretty cool weapon. And we got the Holy Moonlight Sword, which uses the Claymore moveset from DS1 with a slightly modified 4th and 5th, or 3rd, 4th, and 5th attack. The first 2 attacks are Claymore from DS1 because they're almost perfectly horizontal. And then the other attacks were added in, and they're more angular upon starting up. If you watch closely, you'll see what I mean. Those are that's clearly a Dark Souls animation. Clearly DS1, DS3 animation right there. But the 3rd swing is different. And so is the 4th and the 5th one. Hold on, I gotta get to an area where I'm not colliding with the wall. So I can turn the camera like this. See how they become angular? They're not side to side anymore. That's something some people don't point out. But it has the And R2, very reminiscent of the Claymore in DS1. But it also then can go into Moonlight Greatsword mode, which then it gets more of like a DS2 kind of swing to it. I don't like those swings where it comes down at an angle. I either want something to be perfectly vertical or perfectly horizontal. These angular attacks are just weird to aim and end up never hitting groups. Has a slam for a backstep R1, which is pretty good. It just has no forward stuff. And then a fling on R2, which the R2 throws projectiles at the cost of Quicksilver bullets. You can cast a super one, and then L2 is also another one. What am I... Pretty cool. The church pick. Half thrust, half slice kind of weapon. It has some really cool attacks and abilities on it. This L2 is kind of like a guard break, high stun attack that in co-op you can use if you're fighting like Thumerian Elder or Descendant to induce stun lock on the boss by going like this. And you can get some pretty decent damage while, if other people are attacking at the same time, get some good stagger on them. This weapon's also pretty cool. This form isn't really the form that you use it for, though. But it is still good. The backstep R2, I think, is the one that I like in this. Yeah. The slam. Has similar moves to Gehrman's sword. Gehrman's sword actually has this attack on it, if I remember correctly. But then in this mode, it's like a even faster saw cleaver type thing. Pretty cool weapon. And I think that's about it. I think I have most of the weapons in the game. Except for the katana weapon, which I can't remember how you even get that. Because I killed the guy who had the katana, but I didn't get the thing for it. Although I might have left it on the ground as loot. Who knows? I can't even remember what it's called. Chicago. Oh yeah, I haven't gone to fucking Canehurst yet. Whoops. Absolute idiot. I can't believe I haven't gone to Canehurst yet. Hurst. Get your Hurst on. Can you Hurst at the Canehurst? Beef Swellington. Because he's a big swell boy.
You die!
Die! Away! Don't make me kill you with my torch. Away! Away! Don't die! Here, I want to use some wheel for a little bit. Just on this next guy. I want to wheel him. Give him a taste of the wheel and deal. Ow. Hurst. Take me to the Hurst and the hearse. 'Cause I'm dead. Already. This whole game is just telling the tale of a person who is already dead. And only existed in a nightmare. Germonium. Germonium primus specialinus. The species name. Species? Species! Yo, you ever heard that new species? That's what my list was gonna be like in fucking 10 years. When my two front teeth become so far apart, they're different galaxies. And everyone will hear the S's. Sass. I'd have to say S words with my tongue like pressed against the top of my mouth in order to not whistle. Whistle. I'd have to talk like that whenever I would say an S word. It's so hard to adjust your mouth to not put your tongue up against the back of your teeth. Go ahead, try and doing it. Try and say an S word without putting your tongue against the back of your teeth. You have to like teach yourself how to talk again. Otherwise, I would teach myself how to do that, but it's so hard to change how you talk. Hearst. Going to that Hearst. Alright, now we go back because we still need to fight. We need to go into that basement area. Unlock Brador. And make him give us the blood letter. The wheel is such a cool weapon. I just wish it was better. I wish you could buff every weapon in this game. That would make the game so much better. I don't know why they're like, if it has split damage, you can't buff it. That would be too OP. Dude. Like, who over there decided that that was going to be how they did elemental weapons? Because that is honestly one of the worst things about this game. In DS2, you can have multiple element weapons. They're not that great. DS3 has a multiple element weapon that's pretty good. Why in this game does it have to get shafted so fucking hard? By which you can't put multiple elements on a weapon. The most you can have is 2. And that's physical and an element. Because you can get elemental jewels that buff a physical with a flat amount. Which doesn't help much. But it adds a little something, I guess. Man, it's so amazing around here. I'd probably say 1 out of every 6 or 7 trucks has a freaking plow on it. Yeah, I don't know where half of them plow. It must be all back road plowers. Or private plowers that are paid to plow a certain section of land. Or not land, but like lots and stuff like that. Because the fucking normal, like the ones that drive around in the orange vehicles that are made to clear the roads do a shitty job of it. In the last snowstorm, it took 3 days for our road to be fully cleared of all the snow. They get it like down to where it's just like an inch mixed in with some fucking salt, but then it just becomes slushy, and that's actually even more dangerous vehicularly than it just being compact snow. But you hit the right section of slush in a car, doesn't matter if your car is all-wheel drive. You're just going to push forward. You're just going to go straight. Doesn't matter. In snow, at least you'll turn a little bit because your tires dig into the snow a little bit. And really, they didn't even get rid of the snow. They plowed it that one time, and then after 2 to 3 days of sun beating down on the road, the snow finally melted down to the tarmac, so that it melted super fast. Because the second one little section of tarmac gets exposed, or concrete, whatever, not tarmac, pavement, whatever you want to call it. I can't remember what it is exactly. The road surface is black. And it absorbs all the heat from the sun. And it melts all the ice and stuff really fast. That's why they call black ice, because it's not that the ice is black, it's that the ice is so clear, you're seeing the blackness of the tarmac through the ice. I keep saying tarmac, I mean concrete. It's not even concrete, it's pavement. Different. Different thing, with different mixtures. Concrete is like the solid shit that you find in like stairways to like council buildings and stuff like that have the stone or concrete stairs. They look like stone, but a lot of it's just concrete. A really fine concrete. It's the shit that's great for skateboarders, because when you put wax on it, the wax stays there. Because it gets into all the little crevices and shit. I'll be right back though, I need to use the bathroom real quick. Alright, I'm back. Let's go kill. Orphan of Cause. Raining inside a building. Oh wait, no, I needed to go get Brador. That's right. What's funny is this DLC was actually going to be separated into 2 parts. But they eventually just combined them together. Oh, my stamina, guy. Give me my health. Give me the last part. Underground cell, inner chamber key. The longest named key.
Who's here? Welcome to my quarters. I've never entertained a guest before. Are you going to kill me? After all you've done, kill me. As if to right your wrongs. What is it? Aren't you going to kill me? Or perhaps beg my forgiveness? Well, leave off. What's done is done. What is it? Oh, well, leave. Nothing changes. Such is it.
Now here's one of the coolest weapons in the game, and I don't think I can use it. Yeah, I don't have enough blood tinge. It's alright, I'll load back to the Hunter's Dream, and then when I do, I'll load onto my other character to show it off. Drongus. Do I not have the blood letter on this character? This character has so many weapons plus 10, but not that one. I used this weapon on my last character that I played on stream for a while. This was the main weapon I used, and I used it untransformed most of the time. But this weapon has my favorite transform attack in any FromSoft game, and you can only really see what it does from the side, so I'll put it from the side when I do it. That wasn't it. It was supposed to queue it up, but it didn't queue. There you go. And then I can also do this, and you can frenzy other people with it, which is why I have sedatives equipped. No, actually, this isn't that character, never mind. My other character, I would always have sedatives equipped, because if you used the L2 on another person, they would get frenzied, but you'd also get frenzied too. But it's a really cool weapon. It's all me. Every single character is me. It's just me.
Nice.
Why do different characters when you can just do me? I'ma be me. This is what some people refer to as the hardest boss in Bloodborne. And it's not that thing. Spoilers. Oh shit, that's the AoE, right? What the hit me at the edge? That hit me at the edge again. couldn't move. What the fuck? It wouldn't let me dodge after I got hit by the lightning. I got too greedy anyways. Anytime he does that lightning move, you should immediately run back and look for the empty gap in it that you can run through.
Has a fast boy.
Yeah, he's really, really tough, and he has a lot of HP. You can actually beat him barehanded, though, if you have a high enough blood level that your visceral attacks do good damage. You also need the visceral attack runes from the chalices and stuff like that. Make you do like 3,000 damage of visceral attack. That's really good for this. No, he got me.
Now you'll be here for hours, lol.
It depends. I'm just not parrying him to death. Because any attack he does is parryable except for the magic bullshit. But any of his normal attacks are parryable. Except for that one, like, jump back retreating attack that he does. It's the only one that isn't. No, I didn't dodge. No, he got me again. I keep rolling too early, dude. Just had to kill some of them for good luck. Oh my god, that combos? Dead. Yeah. Fuck. I queued up a dodge in the middle of being hit stunned, and I knew as soon as I pressed it I was dead. Because as soon as I got out of hit stun, I dodged, and the attack that was the overhead hit me because I didn't dodge it late like you have to. All this wouldn't be a problem if I just parried him, and I'm getting close to that point where I'm just going to parry him to death. I need more good luck this time. That was a parry. He canceled. He animation canceled because the parry should have landed, but it didn't. What the fuck? Did you see that? Fuck, I just keep getting hit by all of it. That should have been a backstab. Are you flapping my flangle? Don't be juicing my galangle. No. I'm dead. No, I wasn't dead yet, but he hit me on the recovery anyways. That was the animation where you can't roll off the ground. You just get hit. It didn't help that he put himself right on top of the corpse, which is where the fucking lightning spawns. God damn it. Time for cooperators? Nah, dude. Straight nah, dude. Yes, I got it. No. Oh my god, that was so horse. But at least I survived it this time. Yes!
Sweet child of Goss returns to the ocean. A bottomless curse, a bottomless sea, accepting of all that there is and can be.
And that's the end of Bloodborne's DLC.
Nice.
Told you I didn't need parrying. I told you just gotta man mode it. Use a big sword with big bravado. Nothing can stop you when you're wielding a giant sword.
Hunter, have I moments ago from some
Whoops.
place
I forgot she has
perhaps
unique
deep
dialogue.
within, I sensed a liberation from heavy shackles. Not that I would know. How passing strange.
Oh, it's because I hadn't talked to her since I killed Maria. And she is
Let the
Maria.
echoes let me stand close. Now shut your eyes.
Oh yeah, 100,999. Whatever.
Welcome. What? Very well. Let me.
1987.
Farewell, good hunter.
We're approaching our date pretty soon. 2020. But yeah, that's the entire DLC. Oh, wait. There is one more thing I can try for a little bit, but I gotta go relatively soon. For a bit.
Did you beat BB?
BB? What do you mean? Bloodborne? No. I haven't fought like 4 or 5 of the main bosses in the story yet. Because I did a bunch of Chalice stuff. I've only done up to the Great One Reborn. The thing that falls out of the sky that's an amalgamation of a bunch of different corpses. Here, let's go see what Fire Cleric Beast is like. Real quick. Oh my lordy. He chased. Excuse me, fine mental gin. Ow. That's my face. Gentlemen and gentlemen. You have my skull in your inventory.
I remember this song. I think I laid out.
Yeah, it's Cleric Beast. His model's the same, but the fight's vastly different. You'll see pretty soon here. Fire AoE. There we go. Stay right here. Oh my god, he's doing the absolute worst possible attack that he could do. Stop doing that! Don't do it! You're supposed to just walk around in a circle! What are you doing? No, 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 no. First try. That boss can be very, very difficult in that last phase. Because every single thing he does is just an AoE. But somehow, in some way, that boss fight still feels more balanced than half of the bosses in Code Vein. Most of the bosses in Code Vein. That all have, I spawn an AoE on top of myself attacks. That are so fucking infuriating to deal with. But yeah, those are rough. I don't think you got to... You didn't play through the DLC, right? You just had the base version, the one that was free.
Yeah.
Because trust me, if you want hard content, that is the hardest content in Bloodborne. But it's still very fair, especially if you build a character like me with a lot of health. Without a lot of health, some of those fights can seem a little cheap. Like Orphan of Cause can straight up just one-round you over and over and over again with a certain amount of HP. And you have to learn every single dodge pattern with him. And there are just certain attacks with him you can't dodge when you're close to him. Which I kept getting caught by. You have to get in, get out, or stand at a medium range. That's why the most effective thing for me was to use the R2. Because at worst, some weird collision thing happens and I get a backstab from the R2. And then I get to visceral him. You can also parry him to death, but with the blunderbuss it can be kind of hard. You want like the Evelyn or the Hunter pistol to parry him easier, because you can parry him at range. from like pretty far away. He starts up doing one of those animations and you just pop him. Because he does have fairly forgiving parry windows. It's just the blunderbuss is hard to make work on him because he's so all over the place. But the blunderbuss is great for close range normal enemies because it just staggers like crazy. That's what I use on a lot of the Chalice enemies, is I'll hit them like once or twice with the cane, like transformed or untransformed, and then I'll just blunderbuss them to get pretty much always an insta parry, because almost all the enemies in Bloodborne have an attack that they use out of stagger, which is a really fast attack that you can parry very reliably by just shooting your gun after hitting them. And a lot of enemies can actually be parried that way. If not shooting your gun after hitting them, dodging backwards once, and then pressing the parry button. And a lot of their immediate attacks will get parried. That's why you see me throw off so many bullets. Because a lot of the time I don't actually use enough bullets, I feel like. It's something that most people miss out on. They'll be at like 13 blood vials, but 20 bullets, like I was in that fight there at the end. Because I wasn't using my gun at all, because I didn't want to use my gun. Because everyone is always like, Orphan of Cause is so hard without parries or anything. But it's just positioning and knowing what attacks he can do. Sort of things. Hold on. But yeah, I'm pretty much done. I'm just going to be chatting for a little bit. Are you going to get on PS4, or are you just going to go to sleep after I'm done?
PS4 probably.
I won't be able to chat immediately. Like I said, I do have to go do some stuff, but that'll only be like 15,
I lost the tried nest.
20 minutes maybe.
Tired.
But yeah, the thing I've noticed about Bloodborne that's funny is every time I've streamed it, it's taken me a massively shorter amount of time to get to the same point with my character in terms of like progression and everything. And that's even have fooling around for like an hour or so each time. Just because I know where to go and I know what strategies work really well for areas, not for bosses. Bosses are, some of the late game bosses are still a crapshoot for me, like Orphan of Cause. I can beat him and I don't get mad fighting him because a lot, as crazy as his fight is, a lot of his stuff is actually very fair. A lot of it has crazy tracking and stuff like that, but it's all just delayed rolls. You just roll at the very last second, and you just learn when to roll based on that. Like, there's an attack where he'll run up to you, and he'll just sit next to your character, just following your character, and then he'll do an uppercut. And you have to dodge it right when he starts to actually pull the thing up, basically. That's what a lot of people find the hardest about him, is all of his attacks are oddly delayed, outside of a couple which are very fast, so it's hard to predict them.
Gotta piss.
And I don't think you were here when I fought Maria either, so you didn't get to see that. Maria's really cool. The coolest human boss in a Souls game. In terms of the effects and what she does and stuff like that, it's really cool. One sec. Sorry. My neighbor was getting in their car, but they were just getting something out of it. I thought they were going to start it, and I didn't want it to be loud. Alright, though. I think I'm going to call it. And you said be right back.
Back.
Oh, yeah. Welcome back, but also... Actually, yeah, I needed to stop 5 minutes ago.
See you then, LOL.
Yeah. Have a good one. If you're on PS4 in 30 minutes, I'll add you to a party. Or so, whenever I get back. Have a good one.